with me at the meadows. Sit with me by the rivers and the streams. Watch the birds soaring in a world of dreams. Stand me now with the orangutans, talking with lemurs and chimpanzees, lions and tigers and rhinos. That is all you see.
of our greatest challenges during COVID was how to share with you, our most loyal members, updates on how our animals were thriving. Towards that end, we brought in some of our most loyal supporters, like Master Illustrator Mark Simmons, to create these amazing drawings, which you can share on social media, updating you on how our animals were thriving. I'm here with Mark Simmons, our wonderful volunteer illustrator, and he's demonstrating his work with our two snow leopard cubs, Casper and Jinx. Mark, tell us a little bit about your process for creating this drawing.
Okay. Well, what we're essentially looking at here is a couple of stripy sausages. So your first order of business perhaps is just to kind of get the shape, which is kind of like a big blob or throw pillow. And then you start thinking about, well, there's probably a leopard under there somewhere. What is that leopard doing? Are they lying on their side? Or are we doing this kind of three-quarter thing where we're lying on the side and the back and then maybe upright in front? Figure out where's the head, where's the tail. And every now and then they'll kind of maybe sit up, look around for a second. You might get a glimpse of head, which you can capture when opportunity presents itself. Put in an ear on the side here. Even if you can't see it, you can add that ear in to give a little hint as to what we're looking at. So part of the challenge, part of the fun here is to be honest to what you're seeing, but maybe look for little clues that will reveal it's actually a pair of beautiful snow leopards lazing on the platform.
Thank you. thank you for joining us for this unprecedented Zoo Fest. We're so grateful for your support, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the zoo very soon.
Come with me to the forest. Come with me to the ocean and the streams. Come with me to the mountains. Come fly with the bees. Sit with me at the meadows. Sit with me by the rivers and the streams. Watch the birds soaring in a world of dreams. Maybe now with the orangutans, talking with lemurs and chimpanzees, lions and tigers and rhinos. That is all you see. Snapping with the komodo, hissing with the snakes, parakeets and tarantulas. Come to the zoo with me. Ride with me on the steam train. Check it out all the dinos in the trees. Hear the waves crashing in the ocean breeze. Joking around with the meerkats, warthogs and the gorillas, ostriches and flamingos, dancing and singing off key. Penguins doing the waddle, giraffes are doing the neck stretch, hippos boogie down in the mud. Come to the zoo with me. Out with the orangutans, talking with lemurs and chimpanzees, lions and tigers and rhinos. That is all that you see. Snapping with the komodo, hissing with the snakes, parakeets and tarantulas. Come to the zoo with me. Come to the zoo with me.
One of our greatest challenges during COVID was how to share with you, our most loyal members, updates on how our animals were thriving. Towards that end, we brought in some of our most loyal supporters, like Master Illustrator Mark Simmons, to create these amazing drawings, which you can share on social media, updating you on how our animals were thriving. with Mark Simmons, our wonderful volunteer illustrator, and he's demonstrating his work with our two snow leopard clubs, Casper and Jinx. Mark, tell us a little bit about your process for creating this drawing.
Okay. Well, what we're essentially looking at here is a couple of stripy sausages. So your first order of business perhaps is just to kind of get the shape, which is kind of like a big blob, a throat pillow. And then you start thinking about, well, there's probably a leopard under there somewhere. What is that leopard doing? Are they lying on their side? Or are we doing this kind of three-quarter thing where we're lying on the side and the back and then maybe upright in front? Figure out where's the head, where's the tail. And every now and then they'll kind of maybe sit up, look around for a second. You might get a glimpse of head, which you can capture when opportunity presents itself. Put in an ear on the side here. Even if you can't see it, you can add that ear in to give a little hint as to what we're looking at. So part of the challenge, part of the fun here is to be honest to what you're seeing, but maybe look for little clues that will reveal it's actually a pair of beautiful snow leopards lazing on a platform.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us for this unprecedented Zoo Fest. We're so grateful for your support, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the zoo very soon.
Sky, I watch the bluebirds fly, a jump in my step and a gleam in my eye, 'cause I'm going to see my baby tonight. I sing my favorite song, seems like the whole world coming along. See my baby tonight. She spends her days at the SF Zoo, knows what the monkeys do. So let's have fun and be with the animals down at San Francisco Zoo. Talking to me, it's like an echo in the deep blue sea. Don't be surprised if I don't hear a thing, 'cause I'm thinking about my baby tonight. She spends her days at the local zoo, knows what the monkeys do. Nothing's gonna stop us from misbehaving when I go to see my baby tonight. Time is ticking away, and baby, that's okay. A couple more hours and you won't find me, 'cause I'm going to see my baby tonight. A couple more hours and you won't find me, 'cause I'm going to see my baby tonight. A couple more hours and you won't find me, 'cause I'm going to see my baby tonight.
Good evening. I'm Tanya Peterson, Director of San Francisco Zoo and Gardens, and welcome to Zoo Fest 2021. I've had the pleasure of leading this institution for nearly 12 years, but nothing has been like the last year. Even tonight is different. Normally I'd be greeting you in person, showcasing the zoo after hours. But thankfully, many of you can join us virtually from the safety of your home. Homes as far away as Los Angeles, Nevada, and even Florida. Thank you. But there's one thing we learned we couldn't do virtually, and that's take care and feed the 2,000 animals who call San Francisco Zoo home. Over 30% of our animals are rescued or permanently injured, and they've been calling the zoo a shelter in place long before the pandemic. and even our endangered species. For them, the wild is no longer safe. We had no choice but to take care of these animals. Thus, when we were forced to close the gates of the zoo to our visitors, we not only were faced with the challenge of losing over 50% of operating revenue from admission and other sales, we were forced to address the complexity and challenges of keeping both our animals and our staff safe. It's only a year ago, but it's hard to imagine back then that even zookeepers weren't essential workers, and zoos weren't included in those first emergency loans touted by politicians. We only survived because of our community. Someone once said, you can judge the nature of a community and the value and its values by how well it takes care of its animals. It is with great pleasure and honor I thank all of you and our community for taking care of our animals. So yes, tonight is a fundraiser, but it's also a chance to pause, say thank you, and celebrate where we've come. Speaking of celebration, I think I'm going to have some help from our friends at a local wine merchant. Debbie, are you here somewhere?
Hello, everybody. My name is Debbie Zacharias. Thank you, Tanya, and thank you to the committee for having me start off your evening with a little mixology. So hopefully you all have your kits by now, your baskets with all of the ingredients that were delivered to you from our most recent store, which is Mission Bay Wine and Cheese. I'm also the owner of Ferry Plaza Wine Merchant in the Ferry Building and the Oxbow Cheese and Wine Merchant. But here we have the ingredients from Mission Bay Wine and Cheese, and you have almost everything you need. You will need a measuring cup, you will need a knife to cut the lemon, and you will need a larger vessel. I have a cocktail shaker here, but you'll need something to be able to pour your ingredients into and stir them. You definitely don't want to shake it because this fabulous new discovery of mine, this Fever Tree sparkling grapefruit juice, if you shake it, you're going to have a little bit of a mess. So go ahead and get those ingredients if you don't have them. I was tonight looking for an animal print of some sort, and I was reduced to pajamas and bathing suits. I don't think you need to see me in either one of those things right now. So here I am, and I am happy to be here. This cocktail was inspired by Tanya. She was trying to do a little play on a screwdriver, so the vodka and orange juice, but she went for Grand Marnier. Now, this felt a little bit sort of like Top Chef because vodka and Grand Marnier became, what do we do with this? And there was the cardamom aspect mixed in, but I think we came up with a really good cocktail. So Tanya, thank you for working with me on this, and I hope everybody is ready to get started. So if you can get your measuring cup. Now, it is a 3-to-1 ratio. I played around with it a little bit. I tend to like my spirits a little bit more boozy. If you like your drinks a little bit more sweet, you can add more Grand Marnier, but we're going to do 3 ounces of vodka to 1 ounce of Grand Marnier. If you don't have a measuring cup in front of you, there are 1.69 ounces in this little bottle. So you're going to use a little bit more than half of it. Okay, so you have your vodka and your Grand Marnier, and then we're going to, actually, I'm going to need to pour that out so I can measure the 5 ounces of Fever Tree grapefruit juice. This has been a new discovery to me. I'm a big Fever Tree tonic fan for gin and tonics, and this sparkling grapefruit juice is my favorite new beverage, 30 calories to a bottle, so I'm going to be using it a whole lot more. And we're going to put 5 ounces into the measuring cup and add that to your vodka and Grand Marnier. And then you have this fabulous little bottle of cardamom bitters. This is super potent stuff. You will have this for the rest of your lifetime. And once you put too much in, you can't take it out. So when I say a dash of cardamom bitters, I really mean a dash. You can always add more. I might have just added too much. And once we have all of those ingredients in our mixer, we are going to mix it up. Okay. Now go ahead and cut your lemon. While you're doing that, I'm going to grab my ice cube. We're which is probably stuck to my bowl now. There we go. Okay, so what I'd like you to do is cut your lemon in half and then just cut yourself a little slice of lemon. You probably know this trick from all of the cocktails that you might have made in the past if you were a margarita maker. And just wet the rim with some of that lemon juice. You have now your big container of, there we go, of salt. And this is fantastic because if you haven't yet opened up the salt, take it out of the package and pour it into this container, which will now last you through years of margarita making. So it's the best margarita salt. So go ahead and take your glass and salt the rim. Okay, in your jars, I took it out already, but in your jar, you had these really, really, really fabulous dried mandarins. I'm going to show you the package because it's one of my favorite things. They come from the Ferry Building Farmers Market. There's a farmer out there on Tuesdays and Saturdays. His name is Bill, and his company is Everything Under the Sun. And these dried mandarin oranges are, if you're a Negroni fan or you like or a Manhattan fan, anything where you can put, a real orange or orange peel into the cocktail. These dried mandarins are my favorite. And I actually put it in the bottom of the glass. And the reason is that they're dried and I really want it to absorb the liquid. And I'm a bit of an ice cube geek, so I have this giant spear ice cube and I put it on top. Okay, now we're going to pour your drink in there. And you don't necessarily need a squeezer, but I've already taken half of my lemon, and depending on how much acid you like in your drink, I'm a bit of an acid freak because, truth be told, I'm really a wine professional and I love cocktails. I love mixology. So I'm happy to sort of step out of my comfort zone and make a cocktail with you. But I do love my acid. So I added a little lemon. And I'm going to do another little stir of that. And then you're going to take your mint, which is already pretty aromatic. But if you want to add a little bit more to it, just sort of squeeze it between your fingers for a minute and drop it in the drink. You'll release some of those oils. And I think we have done it. Cheers. Have a great evening. Thank you for having me with your gala today. And I hope it's a huge success and have a great evening. Thank you so much.
I hope you're enjoying your cocktails. I'm Tim Wu, VP of Philanthropy here at the zoo. And philanthropy is what tonight is all about. There are a lot of ways you can help us fundraise tonight. Use the QR code on your phone to support our silent auction, our Fund a Need, our live auction. All of this goes to supporting our amazing animals. And here is a sneak exclusive peek of what our animals were doing during COVID shutdown.
When San Francisco Zoo and Gardens was forced to close due to COVID, we didn't know what was in store for us. All we knew was that no matter if we were opened or closed, our over 2,000 animals still needed to be fed and cared for, as we do 365 days a year. Here's the thing. San Francisco Zoo and Gardens rarely ever closes, and if so, it's because of very severe weather. We are one of the few places in the Bay Area that is literally open every single day. So as days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months, you can imagine that our animals would have noticed the sudden change in foot traffic. And we made lemonade out of lemons. The closure gave our staff a unique opportunity to spend time with the animals they cared for. Some of our dedicated staff are here to talk about our changes in animal behaviors and how they took advantage of this uninterrupted time.
Here we are a year later, but a year ago, we didn't know what to expect when we were closed to the public. During that time, we learned a lot about our animals, and they showed us a lot of interesting behaviors. We were also able to accomplish goals that we hadn't been able to do before because we were closed and took advantage of no people being around.
So when the COVID-19 shutdown affected the San Francisco Zoo, we kept a close eye on all of our big cats here because they were used to seeing lots of people every single day, and that's a lot of visual and auditory stimulation for them. So we kept a close eye on them. Fortunately, we didn't really see any changes in their behavior. One thing that we thought was quite interesting was one of our tigers in particular. Her name is Leanne. She became quite interactive with the keeper staff as well as any zoo staff that walked by her exhibit during the day in a positive way. I think she was seeking out interaction with us, maybe wondering where everyone went. But especially when she was in our exhibit A with the side windows, she was really interactive with us in that space, which was actually really fun to see. Previously, she would always acknowledge us walking by, but now she would run over, she would check us out, she would lie down there, hang out with us. So that was really awesome to see. Other cats, they all just seemed to keep going on as normal. So we were fortunate that no one seemed to be too disturbed by the fact that all of a sudden we had no visitors here.
Here at the Jones Family Preserve, where our Western Lowland gorillas live, they definitely noticed a change when we went into secure in place and stopped having visitors present. Our silverback Oscar spends quite a bit of time sitting near the windows and watching visitors as they watch him. And suddenly overnight, we went from having a lot of visitors to 0 visitors. He was pretty unnerved by this. We saw a big increase in patrolling the outer edge of his yard. And we also saw him climbing to the highest point of his rockwork and scanning the horizon, trying to figure out where the visitors went. As keepers, we were unable to explain to him what was going on in the outside world. So it was a little eerie for all of us, even the zookeepers. But after about a week, we started to see him relax and accept it a bit more. To help him and the other gorillas in our group adjust to this change, we did a variety of foraging options and tried to keep them busy. And staff throughout the zoo would come eat their lunches at our visitor windows, so Oscar would be able to see some people in his day. I think now that we're getting back to normal, all of us are feeling a lot better about it, and Oscar is definitely enjoying having visitors back coming to see him every day.
Hi, my name is Livia. I'm one of the animal keepers here, and this is Katie. She's training the rhino. So while we were under lockdown due to the pandemic, it was really quiet for a while, and a lot of the animals sort of noticed that people were gone. They started to show a lot more interest in us as keepers. So we decided to use that opportunity to train them for some more complex behaviors. So Boone, since he became a lot more interested in us, we started working on foot behaviors. So we're getting him to present his foot on this block. So that we can potentially work on, filing his toenails and, just making sure that everything is okay with his feet health-wise. So it's a really good way for us to build a good relationship with him and a good rapport and keep him entertained during this, difficult time period. So he's definitely glad to have you guys back, but we're going to keep up with this training to make sure that he gets all the care that he needs.
One thing that never changed was our staff's dedication and commitment to animal care and wellness during this time.
Hi, during our closure, we actually had our rambunctious 2-year-old. He was pretty active, and without the guests, as you guys know, he really likes all the guest experiences and he likes interacting with you guys. So when he didn't have you, he kind of changed his focus to the females, which isn't always the positive situation. So just during the closure without the people, we asked a lot of the zookeepers and staff to just kind of walk by, just kind of hang out, check in on him, and then we upped our enrichment game up by a lot. He got a lot more conchs, he got a lot more toys that we put on exhibit, a lot new enrichment that was installed. If you guys stop by by, you might hear a lot of clanking noises. That's his newest favorite toy. It's just a bunch of metal bowls put together, but it's like a wind chime. So that's something that we had to do with him. And we also offered them indoor access during this time, so they actually got to hang out with the keepers a lot more than they usually do.
So during the shutdown, we were able to focus quite a bit more on our animals. So for example, here in the Children's Zoo, we were able to train 50 new behaviors. One of those behaviors here was Rosa learned to receive a voluntary injection. But we're really excited for when you guys come back to see all the new and wonderful things that a lot of the animals here at the Children's Zoo learned.
When we first shut down, the zoo was extremely quiet, and we think the giraffes actually enjoyed the peace. But after a little while, they started to wonder where you guys were. So we were able to use that quiet time to catch up on lots and lots of extra enrichment and training with our giraffes. One of the things that we worked really hard on with the giraffes is voluntary foot care. So we're going to show you a little bit about that today with Betiti, one of our older females who's learning to put her foot on a bale of straw to allow us safe access to the bottom of her feet for trimming.
During our closure, as our animal staff cared for our over 2,000 animals, our veterinary staff, nutritionists, wellness teams, horticulturists, and maintenance staff were all here for our animals. And even without guests, the staff created exciting, engaging, and interesting enrichment and treats to celebrate individual animals' birthdays, recognized designated animal days like World Chimpanzee Day, and even treated animals to a visit by the Easter Bunny. We connected our fans and followers by sharing the celebrations on social media, so even if they could not be here in person, they could still keep up with their favorite animals. So let me see, I put a jig of this in my mouth, a jig of this in my mouth. No, kidding. Welcome back. In case you're just joining us, I'm Tanya Peterson. I guess the crafter of this snow leopard drink, and I hope you're enjoying it. Cheers. Again, this is my chance to thank you, all of you, for what you've done to save this zoo during this crazy, crazy year. A special thank you to Debbie at Ferry Wine Merchants. It was nice to know that the wine merchants were essential workers when the zookeepers weren't. But thank you, Debbie. You kept us relaxed and happy during the closure. I have to thank Blues Hall of Famer Greg Dayton for authoring the new jingle for San Francisco Zoo, all my staff for keeping us safe during this pandemic, and all of you here tonight. But a special thank you to our board of directors. They were on call almost 24/7 those first few months of the pandemic. And we certainly couldn't do it without our board, our emeritus board, and our major donors. But there's one person in particular who led the charge, and that's my boss, our board chair, Edward Poole. Ed, I believe you're out there somewhere, and cheers to you.
Hello and welcome to ZooFest. I'm Edward Poole, chair of the San Francisco Zoological Society. The San Francisco Zoo lost two of its most treasured board members and cheerleaders this past year, Stephen Rennie Spalding and Jim Ludwig. Jim joined the board of the zoo in 1954 and saw the zoo change immensely over that time, including the formation of the Zoological Society, which operates the zoo in partnership with the city. Rennie was a tireless supporter of the zoo and became an emeritus board member in 2005. He has a penguin named after him, and Jim has a kudu bearing his name. Jim set up an educational endowment fund, and Rennie loved seeing his grandchildren play at the zoo. Their love and commitment to conservation and education is well documented throughout the zoo. I knew both gentlemen, and the zoo community mourns their loss but celebrates their contributions that visitors to the zoo enjoy to this day. In their memory, let's all enjoy Zoo Fest this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you for that lovely tribute to two great men. Can I show their slides? Steve Rennie Spalding. He was the energy, the life, and just the sparkle of San Francisco Zoo. We miss him greatly. Even until his last days, he volunteered here at the zoo. And his main focus really was trying to clean up my office, an impossible task. Rennie, we miss you every single day. And there just was no one quite like you, especially when it came to fundraising and adding sparkle to any room in which you walked. Probably our longest standing board member and board chair, Jim Ludwig. Believed he might have joined the zoo in 1952 and still has stories of wrestling with tigers. Jim was an incredible person, such a connector, and probably most of the board is here because of Jim Ludwig. Jim, we miss you greatly. You were always willing to roll up your sleeves and dig the dirt, and there you are with your shovel. We miss you. Miss you greatly, Jim and Rennie. So I'm wearing this ridiculous hat, but it's actually one of the hats that Rennie and Jim used to wear to every safari. And to their widows, Patsy and Elsa, I think of you often. And I know how hard this year must have been for you. But you know those men the best, and they were fearless in asking for money. And so tonight we will be fearless as well, ensuring that the zoo stays vibrant in their legacy. So this next auction item, or our first auction item actually, is a zoo slumber party. This is a chance to spend the night at the zoo, and there was no one more likely to spend the night at the zoo than Rennie and Jim Ludwig. So I hope you'll forgive me for asking money right after their tributes and memorials. You'll get a chance to bring 5 pods or up to 20 children, your grandchildren, your classmates, and come to the zoo and spend the night and see the nocturnal animals and experience the zoo when it actually is the best. We certainly will provide you food both in the evening, in the morning, and special tours. We do have a warm, cozy place here in the Great Hall, the Lurie Great Hall, where you can tell bedtime stories. Often you can bring sometimes a headmaster or a patriarch, matriarch, anybody in the family who would like to tell a good story. And then outside we go with our tents and enjoy the stars. In the morning, again, you can have a special tour and a breakfast here at the zoo. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity, and I can't thank Rennie and Jim for inspiring us for the wild nights here at San Francisco Zoo. So raise your paddles, raise your bids. This auction item will be in honor of the two great men, Jim Ludwig and Rennie Spalding, who were probably the only two crazy enough to spend the night here at the zoo. They love the children here and they love the animals. So get your chance to bid often as we start our auction in honor of Rennie and Jim Ludwig. While you think about this, let me go to tribute to 2 others we lost. I know many of you lost so many this COVID pandemic, but we also lost 2 board members. The first David, if we call him Mr. David Tritel, and there he is with his beautiful wife, Joan. David started at the zoo shortly after I did. He was a founder of a pet company and also owned a ranch. And what I appreciated most about David is I made my mistakes. He didn't offer me advice, but instead shared his experiences. David and Joan loved horses, and often David would plant the seed to bring horses to the zoo. He reminded me of the plague of the wild mustangs or the young quarter horse going to slaughterhouse. He planted the seed for what became soon to be our equine therapy program. David, you too will be greatly missed. Sadly, and closer to home for me, was the loss of a long-term great friend, David Dixon. I've known David since I was a young lawyer. He and his wife, Caroline, just graduated from law school. Seemed the world was our oyster. We cared maybe about billable hours and where the scotch could be found. It was only later we went to greater causes, in the zoo. When David and his wife, Caroline, moved to San Francisco, I immediately asked them to join the zoo board, both of them, because they're both fantastic, outstanding lawyers. But it's David who had the passion for the great outdoors and the love of animals. And there he is standing in front of his great Montana homestead. David, your death was a complete surprise, and just another tragedy associated with this pandemic. I miss that great smile and that can-do-it spirit. When I mentioned to you the opportunity to open a horse therapy program, something no other zoo in the country had done, you said, you have to do it, Tanya. Think big. You have to do it. So in the David Dixon and David Treitel's memory, we have now opened a horse therapy program, and at that program, you'll see a memorial garden in their honor. So again, fearlessly, I show you and present our next auction item for you to consider this evening. This will be the opportunity to name one of the new therapy horses coming to the zoo. As I mentioned, these are quarter horses that are on their way to the slaughterhouse because unfortunately the owner no longer can take care of them. They're gentle, they're young, beautiful quarter horses that are making great strides in being friends and therapy horses for the disabled. As you may know, we are neighbors with the Pomeroy Center for Disabled Adults right here in our backyard. And during the pandemic, those clients were able to take advantage of our new therapy program. Now we have children on the spectrum, those with physical disabilities, using our therapy program. We've converted our own old rhino barn to house these horses. And I hope soon on your next visit to San Francisco Zoo, you'll start to see these horses. So this evening, please consider sponsoring this program, as well as naming one of these beautiful corridor horses, just one of the gentle giants and amazing animals. Thank you for your consideration. We have just one more live auction item as you stay with us this evening to consider, and it's associated with our brand new exhibit, the Snow Leopard exhibit. If you come to the zoo, you'll see some construction underway. It's amazing construction. It's going to triple the size of our current Snow Leopard exhibit. As you may know, we recently had snow leopard cubs. It's rare to have just one cub survive, but we have twins. I guess that's because the great Jimmy G is the sire of of those cubs. Anyway, I understand that Jimmy G might have had a bad day today, but okay. Anyway, the next auction item for you to consider tonight as you're bidding virtually is a special dinner in our Snow Leopard exhibit. Maybe we can show that slide and that feature.
Hello, this is our new snow leopard habitat that's being developed and built. The reasoning for this is actually give them, our snow leopards, we do have 5 snow leopards here at the zoo, to actually extend the existing habitat for our snow leopards. So they have more room, and also the way it's being developed and built is more of a more natural their habitat, where they're going to have more rocky ledges, more areas to climb like they would in their natural habitat in the Himalayas. And also up there, there'd be loafing platforms where along the ledges and along the trails that are developed for the exhibiting snow leopards. And this here area here that we're standing is one of our alcoves. This is going to be behind me will be glass. So the snow leopards will be right there, right next to you where you can see them. And also up above, there's ledges where the leopards can actually rest right above your head above here too, and look throughout the zoo and the trail that you'd be traveling past all the other carnivores that are on display also.
Currently we have 5 snow leopards ranging between the ages of 3 years old and 18 years old. And so we are definitely in need of some more space. We have 2 cubs that were born in 2018 to Jimmy G and Dawa, and they need some more space. So we are hopefully going to be able to move them into this exhibit.
This is the new habitat that's being developed. You'll see the tall towers. This is where the netting will go over to basically help contain the cats inside. And as you come down, looking down from the top, you'll see the back wall, which is designed with trails and different resting areas there, loafing areas where they can not only climb and play and jump around, but also lay down, enjoy looking down at people and looking down on the area. And it's much like their mountain area where they live in their natural habitat. There's a lot of ledges, places, caves for them to play in or live in, and that's what we've tried to copy and design, so they have more of a natural area to not only play in.
San Francisco Zoo has participated in the Species Survival Plan for many, many decades, and we hope to continue for many more decades participating in this important breeding plan. Snow leopards continue to be a very vulnerable cat species. They estimate that there's about 10,000 left across the Himalayan countries. So continuing to have a breeding program in North American zoos is very important for the genetic diversity of the species and the education of the public regarding the importance of this very iconic mountain cat. I'm very excited to see these cats in this new exhibit, being able to go across all these ledges and jump and run, and I hope you will join all of us in coming to visit our cats here and seeing how they like their new place.
Hi, I'm Rosemary Baker, and I'm co-chair of development for the San Francisco Zoo.
Hi, I'm Nicole Lamstashu. I'm the other co-chair, and we're standing right here in the Snow Leopard Expansion exhibit, and we can't wait to share it with you. Thank you for your support and your participation tonight in our first ever virtual Zoo Fest.
We hope that you're as excited as we are about this new snow leopard project. It's just one of many other projects ongoing at the San Francisco Zoo right now.
So tonight, we ask you to make a Fund a Need gift to help fund this and other projects. And as you make your gift, you'll even see the thermometer will show as each dollar we bring in, it goes up a little bit.
Zoo Fest is the biggest fundraiser of the year for the zoo, and we could not do it without you. Thank you for all you do for the zoo.
So our third and last auction item tonight will be a hard hat dinner at our exciting and elegant snow leopard exhibit. You'll enjoy a gourmet catered meal for up to 12 people or 3 pods inside the new snow leopard enclosure prior to it being open, and certainly before the snow leopards enter. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to experience what it's like to live inside an animal exhibit at the zoo. Dinner is 3-course meal courtesy of our catering partner, Savory Pear Catering, with donated snow leopard vodka. Again, we are starting the bidding already, and I already can see a bid of $5,000. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, there is no more beautiful animal than the snow leopard. Again, these are highly endangered animals. Most zoos have not been successful in breeding these animals, so I thank zoo staff again for their care. It is extraordinary that we have cubs, but it has caused us to have an emergency funding to open a new and expanded exhibit for them. Look at those beautiful cubs. Again, this is our third live auction item and last, and perhaps it's best that I summarize all 3 that we have for you tonight. Again, number 1, in honor of our feisty board chairs we lost this year, Rennie and Jim Ludwig. When can you spend the night in a safe safari other than here at the zoo? Right now, I see some bids already for this unique opportunity once in a lifetime, and we're already at $4,000. Wow, $4,000. Your children, your grandchildren, they'll never forget this experience. I had the honor to do this years ago with now the sadly departed Robin Williams. It was a once in a lifetime experience. My kids never forgot it, and we woke up to see the Pattis monkeys looking us almost directly in the eyes. I do have to warn you that the animals here are nocturnal, and you'll certainly hear lions and howler monkeys and lemurs throughout the night, but it's a night you won't forget. Again, this will be open. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and our auction item number 1. Now I'll go again to remind you of auction item number 2. This too is in memory of 2 board members we lost this year, the Davids, both of whom were committed to horses and our new horse therapy program. The funds raised with this donation will help support our equine therapy program and all our access programs, because the zoo is accessible to all. We have an opening bid already of $1,500 to name our next therapy horse. Just keep in mind that this name will be shared by all the children and all the clients who take advantage of our therapy program here. We're the only zoo I know in the United States to have this therapy program, and we're happy to share it with you tonight. Again, some unique opportunities behind the scenes, and if you desire an internship and volunteering with these animals again as well. Again, that's item number 2. And to repeat, item number 3 is our unique dinner. I mean, there's no other place. I know there's outside dining throughout the city, but how about outside dining within our snow leopard exhibit? Our caterer, Savory Pear Catering, has catered to the stars and certainly will make it a night you won't remember. And I already see a bid now at $7,000. Again, we'll keep this open, but thank you very much. Already at $7,000. That is a unique opportunity. And I have to just do a shout out to Rosemary Baker and Nicole Lamsa. They are our development chairs who put this event together tonight, who wore their hard hats. So I'm going to wear my hard hat and encourage you to bid tonight on all of our auction items, but in particular our upcoming Fund a Need. So get your hard hat ready, your party hats ready, and let's start bidding on some of these items tonight. Should we go to our Fund a Need? Well, while you go to the Fund a Need, I'll just drink the rest of my snow leopard cocktail. Oh, wait, I had to move on to a bigger, actually, cocktail. Shaker. Well, there's our thermometer for our Fund a Need. Again, this is an urgent need. Our snow leopard exhibit as it currently is built is just too small. With the exciting birth of 2 snow leopard cubs, we were forced to do a quick expansion. And keep in mind, this is during the pandemic and closure. But if you get a chance to tour the zoo, and I hope you saw in the video that the new exhibit will be amazing. It will triple the space for our snow leopards, but moreover, to give them a chance to climb like they do in the Himalayas. Snow leopards are a unique animal. Unlike most animals, the snow leopard, when it does feed, it binges. And it has come into contact and conflict with the local villages, because the snow leopard will come down to the local village and wipe out the entire livestock of a village as it binges and purges, making it even more complex for it to survive in the wild. Again, I'm proud of our breeding programs here here at San Francisco Zoo. Honestly, if it weren't for zoos, we would expect extinct. Please help us tonight to finish this expansion. Again, it's been complicated to try to construct anything during the pandemic. But as we can hope to see this thermometer in the vision of a snow leopard start to increase. Wow, already we're at $18,000. I thank you. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Donna, for your generous contribution. And Kevin Cooper, thank you for your contribution. Come visit us. And Anonymous, well, Mr. and Mrs. Anonymous, I thank you for your contribution as well. Tony and Steve, hello. I wish you were here with me tonight. You're always the best at Zoo Fest. Thank you, Tony and Steve, for all your generosity over the years. Tony's been a long-standing board member here at the zoo and a lover of big cats. And thank you, Tony and Steve. Oh, my goodness. Already we're at $20,000. Thank you, Amanda, for your generous contribution to our Fund a Need. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you, Cynthia. I know you love cats as well. Again, this will be open for some time this evening, as well as our other 3 auction items. And I appreciate Lisa. Lisa, oh my goodness, Jim's daughter, Lisa, I miss you and I miss your dad so greatly. Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, the party animal. I wish you were up here right with me right now. There's no party without Sarah. Sarah, thank you for bringing all the people you do to visit, enjoy our zoo. Oh my goodness, what just happened is a snow leopard. Oh wow, Gail Secchia, another longstanding emeritus board member. Thank you, Gail. Thank you for all you've done for our zoo. I think Gail has contributed over the years over 500,000. So thank you, Gail. And wow, you just moved that thermometer way up. We just have a tail to finish. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Katie, for your gift. The big spot on the tail just got completed. And thank you, Tony. Thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you. We're almost at 130,130. Can we do it? Lane, oh my goodness. Lane, are there other party animal? Lane, I wish you were here with me at the zoo. One day we'll have a Zoo Fest like we used to. And David, oh my goodness, David, our neighbor David is the CEO of the Pomeroy Center. David. Thank you for being such a good neighbor these past years, but especially this last year. We're pleased to partner with the Pomeroy Center and one of the best run nonprofits in the city. Thank you, David, for your generous contribution. Mindy Henderson, another long-standing board member. Mindy, I wish you were here with me tonight. One of our beautiful and elegant board members, and I know I put the animals first, Mindy, and I thank you for all you do for our conservation programs. Peter, thank you for your contribution. Paul, thank you for yours. Oh my goodness, the spots are moving, and we're all, oh my goodness. And Sandra, thank you. I know you keep Bill in line. So I appreciate that for your generous, and boom, look at that. We just went up greatly. Oh my goodness, fantastic. Maria, thank you. You are the saint on our board. I don't know how we would have done our community outreach without you. Kevin, thank you for your generosity. And again, I thank all of the board, the emeritus board members who are showing up tonight, but virtually. I know this isn't easy. Thank you, Peter. It's not easy to attend these things virtually, but I'm just hoping that the Snow Leopard drink made it a little bit easier to attend and bid tonight. Thank you again, Katie. Thank you for your generous. Look at that. That thermometer is almost full. Are we almost there? I think we're almost there. Just thank you. Almost at 230,000. Donna, thank you. Another longstanding board member. And I wish you were here with me tonight. Lisa, again, I don't know what we would have done without Jim Ludwig and Rennie Spalding. This zoo would not be half as great as it is without their leadership over all these years. Miss them both greatly. And I just can't wait till we're all together again soon. As safe as it is to be at an outdoor park, it's just not quite the same to have these virtual events without you. But I thank you. Thank you, Rosemary Baker. You've been our event chair, I don't know how many times, and I always turn to you for help to help raise money for our animals. I know you too put animals first, and no one can look better in a construction hat than Rosemary Baker. So thank you, Rosemary, and thank you, Dave, for participating in this virtual Zoo Fest. Well, I think we're getting closer and closer to our goals, we're now at 237,000. Bill Hudson, thank you. Bill Hudson, we had hoped to honor Bill last year for all of his investments in our education programs and his conservation program, as well as longstanding Deputy Director Joe Fitting and Bob Clooney, the voice of the zoo, all of whom retired this year. And unfortunately, last year at last Zoo Fest, we didn't have a chance to do those gentlemen right. So we have naming opportunities at our various gardens and insect zoo in honor of Bill Hudson and Joe Fitting. So thank you, Bill, for all your generosity and leadership over these years. And thank you, Cynthia. Thank you. And Brad, our newest board member and also good friends with the Ludwigs. Thank you for your generous support. And I'm excited to work with you in the future, Brad, again, and another connection to the beloved Jim Ludwig. I should just say as a side note that we had named penguins in honor of Rennie and Jim. And so as I get to walk around the zoo, I often say hello to Jim and Rennie, as well as our current board chair, Ed Poole. Of course, we called that penguin Eduardo. Our penguins are from South America, so we had to catch it up a little bit. And again, thank you, Peter, for your gift, and Donna for yours. Well, we'll keep this open for a little longer here. And reminder, there are still 3 other auction items, and I can't wait to hopefully one day show you the snow leopard exhibit, as well as our horse therapy program, and say hello to you and all the kids who come to our overnight at the zoo.
One of our greatest challenges during COVID was how to share with you, our most loyal members, updates on how our animals were thriving. Towards that end, we brought in some of our most loyal supporters, like Master Illustrator Mark Simmons, to create these amazing drawings, which you can share on social media, updating you on how our animals were thriving. I'm here with Mark Simmons, our wonderful volunteer illustrator, and he's demonstrating his work with our two snow leopard clubs, Casper and Jinx. Mark, tell us a little bit about your process for creating this drawing.
Okay. Well, what we're essentially looking at here is a couple of stripy sausages. So your first order of business perhaps is just to kind of get the shape, which is kind of like a big blob, Lothrocola. And then you start thinking about, well, there's probably a leopard under there somewhere. What is that leopard doing? Are they lying on their side? Or are we doing this kind of three-quarter thing where we're lying on the side and the back and then maybe upright in front? Figure out where's the head, where's the tail. And every now and then they'll kind of maybe sit up, look around for a second. You might get a glimpse of head, which you can capture when opportunity presents itself. Put in an ear on the side here. Even if you can't see it, you can add that ear in to give a little hint as to what we're looking at. So part of the challenge, part of the fun here is to be honest to what you're seeing, but maybe look for little clues that will reveal it's actually a pair of beautiful snow leopards lazing on a platform.
Thank you. thank you for joining us for this unprecedented Zoo Fest. We're so grateful for your support, and we look forward to welcoming you back to the zoo very soon.